Alrighty, friends. How's it going? Welcome back to Planet Coaster 2. We're back here in our Planet Universe Park with Heartland Adventure. Still raining in here, by the way. Let's turn the audio on in here. Just real quick. I'm scared to use Epidemic Sound now because I got copyrighted on one of their songs, even though I paid to use the music that's in there, so that was kind of weird and interesting. So, at least in last live stream that happened, so I'm not entirely sure why that would happen on a service that allows you to use their music in YouTube, so it's kind of a bizarre thing that happened, but I don't know. I could have appealed it and maybe tried to look into it, but I didn't want to I guess take the time to even really do it. I was just like, I'll just mute it. But that's alright. It's whatever. I'm sure that it's not a huge deal. But anyways, here we are with, we're going to work a little bit on the Ferris wheel because we haven't really done much besides place it down. Alright, so this is the entry. So we're going to do that. We're going to do automatic straight. And then we're going to need to figure out what texture we want to use. We're going to do brick hue. I'll put the curbs on for now just so we can see the path a little bit. And then we can go from there. So if I do that, we usually want to go a little bit past that so we can snap this direction. We'll give it a little bit of a cue, but not a ton. We'll give it like one kind of full switch back here. And call that good. Connect that there. That'll be a good enough cue for that. And then we'll go into our guest path. Or the other side here. So we're going to utilize this, and we're actually going to copy existing texture. Kind of just want to have all this connected, because why not? If I can get that to snap there, maybe not. We'll just do it that way, and that's fine. Sure, why not? And then we'll try and get this to where there's nothing, maybe. There we go. That's what I wanted. Beautiful. And then that's all connected. But anyways, welcome to the stream, guys, if you're just joining. We're just getting started here, so I hope you guys have had a wonderful start to your day. As we get some Planet Coaster 2 content. Is that even connected? Is this queue even connected? It doesn't look connected. What's going on here? Paths cannot cross. Well, I started building from the path, so that's... yeah, it's disconnecting from it. You should be connected. Why aren't you connecting? That's kind of weird. You know what? Sure, we'll have a little bit of uniqueness there. Anyways. I've seen your Planet Universe, the one with the pink arrow corkscrew. Of course I have. I've commented on there. It's looking really good. Commented on it a time or two, saying that it looks real, very real. So yeah, keep up that amazing work. All right. I'm gonna put these here, and then I'll probably put a fence on top of them. Okay, and then we're just gonna change the grid size. Like so, and then this is where it gets a little tricky when we get to this point. What is the name of this? Keepstone. Alright, so let's see what pieces we have for the keepstone walls. And we'll go from there. Hey, what's up, Jeezit? Interested in buying a ride from Mars Designs? Maybe potentially at some point. It is a possibility. I usually like doing my own stuff, but once in a while I might fiddle a little bit with the manufacturers. Keep them busy, you know. Didn't we did one in the last time, didn't we? I think that was you. I could be wrong, sorry if I'm wrong, but I think it was you that I bought from on the last one for Gold Rock Park. That was pretty cool. If I remember right. Anyways. We're gonna do something a little bit different here, kind of. So we're just gonna build this across like this. That actually looks very convincing. Nice. Remind me to go through your card collection when you get home. I don't know if I'll be the best one to remind you, but we'll see. Possibly that Theme Park Tycoon in Roblox is getting a Tilt Coaster update soon. That'd be cool. I haven't really played it. Not really my thing, I guess, but I mean, it looks like some cool stuff in there. I've never played Roblox before, so don't know why I just haven't had the desire to ever check it out. Yeah, it was the Blitz. Love that you did with that. Yeah, it was a cool moment. Like, I wasn't thinking about it. I was like, you know, I kind of want a small edition, or kind of like a smaller coaster edition. And I really liked what you put out there, so I was just like, you know, why not? Let's make it happen. So I do need to get this park done, so we can see, if this wasn't gridded, I could just scale it down and then just put multiple pieces. But since it's gridded, there's not much I can do there. Just don't know what to put here in place. I need to find a non-grid piece that I can maybe slide in there. That kind of overlaps, but I don't really have many options, so I might have to just go with a different style. Say something like this, and actually, no. Instead of doing that, why don't I just... I think our best option is we're just going to raise this up and just make it a taller piece right there. We don't really have good options here for this, so... And then we're going to put in a fence on top of this. And that will be kind of like our perimeter fence for this. So let's see if we can find... I'll do a different fence. I don't want to use the same fence every time. Have a little bit of variety. I like the sorcery fence a lot. That's like very nice. So maybe we could do like the sorcery fence. Make the base kind of a similar color, but maybe like a slightly off like that. And then we'll just blend those together like so. And that'll look good. Now, see, I always prefer Planko, but only thing is when we get into these situations where they have to, we need shorter pieces. I don't think there's a shorter piece in this fence, so we're gonna have to do what we can here, because obviously I can't really go that far. But we need to do it as best as we can. We'll try and make it maybe the same on both sides, so it at least is uniform. So that extra piece like that is going to be on both sides, so it looks a little uniform. As for the front piece, we'll see how it goes. We could put like maybe corners pieces to blend those corners in. Anyways. No, I'm excited to get our parks going again. Yeah, we're gonna make that work. Oh, we're gonna again have an issue with that piece right there. That spot. A little bit on the difficult side to figure out, but nothing we can't figure out. Right? But that will look nice. Anyways. Looking good. Very behind. Only have part of my front entrance. I think it's kind of like a thing, like, everyone keeps asking about when the launch is. When's the launch? You know, like, honestly, we're kind of like already live kind of right now. You just, and then when you're done with your park, you can open it, you know? You just work at your own pace. I don't know if there's really a specific, like, kind of launch period for it, really. So, like, when I'm done with this park, I'm gonna start updating it right away. I've already got my social media page ready. I made an actual real social media for it, because I thought that'd be funny. Not good with Main Street architecture. I can understand that. That's fair. That's not the easiest thing to do. And, yeah. That's the hardest thing, is kind of getting started and kind of getting to the point where you can get to your rides. Kind of a strategy I do is I start on my entrance, and then I'll make a ride off to the side, and then I'll just bridge it together, and then like I'll have a section point where I just work on the in-betweens leading up to it. But trying not to jump around too crazy much. At least I try to avoid that. So I put up this big fence here because this is going to be an expansion plot over here. Like, we're going to expand that direction once we start expanding the park. Made a second YouTube channel for it. That's cool. I'm not going to make a second or a YouTube channel for it. Everything's going to be posted here so everyone sees it. Because obviously I want to get a lot of it out. Let's change the color of our Ferry wheel here. Alright, anti-clockwise. I thought it was counterclockwise. Maybe that's how they say it in the UK, I guess. I'm not sure. Anyone from the other side of English know that? I don't want to critique it because, like, a lot of people are just like, oh, you dumb Americans, and I'm just like, well, I'm used to saying counterclockwise. I've never seen anybody use anti-clockwise. I mean, it's the same premise, but it's just interesting to me. I just never seen it that way. Alright, frame. Anti's more probably universal. Is it really? I don't doubt it, because us Americans have to be different in every way. we say stuff differently. While everyone else uses it a different way. That's not me saying my way is the most correct way. I'm just like, I'm very much aware that us Americans use everything differently. Or say stuff differently. Just to be the sake of being different. This is how America is. We have to use everything differently. And it's just what I'm used to, because, you know. I don't know, I just have never seen it used as anti-clockwise. That's a first for me. I'll try and get like a black and red setting here. Just to see what it looks like. Maybe even some gray. For now, I'm just trying to get it a different color so it's not the same color as everything else. Old Mars era, but also have a couple of old loopers in your park. Yeah, I've just debated whether or not I should build a second coaster in the park before it fully opens. Thought about it, like maybe building it on the other side over here to kind of round it out a little bit, but I'm not sure because right now this is be the newest ride, so should be cool. But like we're starting to round out pretty well here. Like this is all getting kind of detailed. We're getting some buildings and we're getting all the path decorated. I just wanted to get to the Ferris wheel here because we haven't really focused much on it yet, so there's a fence blueprint that I really like. If I can remember where it's at. These fences are actually really nice. But I am looking for something closer that would work well for a queue-line fence. I also really like this as well, like these little water fountains. I might actually use this at some point near my restrooms and such. Anyways. But if anyone's got their parks done and everything, I would love to showcase it on the channel. And we can actually kind of get some content for it going, you know? If anyone's done. I don't think anyone's done yet, but if it does get done, I might even put that in the announcements of the Discord saying, hey, if you have it done, let me know. Share it, and then we can do like a little showcase or a park tour of it, you know? Also, it'll give you a little publicity of your park online and such, you know? Give it a little bit of attention. These are the ones I was looking for. They're nice, like, these nice little fancy fences. Took me a minute to find them. Alright, and then let's just make them black. That'll work. Anyways. I could change from a manufacturer to a park and planet. Could I change from a manufacturer to a park, Planet of the Universe? I've been thinking about it, and that would be better. Yeah, you can if you want to. If that's what you prefer. I mean, just go in there and... If you want to close down your manufacturer, you can, or you can keep both. It's up to you. You can do multiple if you want, or like, you can do whatever you want. You're more than welcome to own both. I did the exact same thing I just did. That's funny. If you want to have both a manufacturer and a park chain, up to you. I also like I think it's cool to have the storyline of like a manufacturer opens a park. I always thought that was kind of cool too, to showcase a lot of their rides. Really that much? No, there's not. I don't know what I did there. I did something weird. Yeah, a lot of cool ideas there for whatever you guys want to do. There's not really like a ton of limits on what you're allowed to do, so it's supposed to just be kind of like role-playing fun. You know, like nothing too crazy serious, but like a lot of fun. It's hard to blend this together sometimes. It's like that's too far, but that one... Actually, no. You know what? That's fine right there. We'll make it fine. Not the biggest fan of working on queues, like queue line fencing and such. It's kind of like a tedious process. It's just like, let me get this done. Let me get this over with, you know? So let's get it done with, you know? Let's get it out of the way. So we don't have to worry about it later. And again, the good thing when you do these kind of things is it is going to make the scenery rating go up for your queue line, so that is the one positive when you do these custom like fencing and such. Like, it's actually going to make your ride prestige go up and everything. It'll make the ride a little more popular, which is good for us. I could probably go ahead and open this up, by the way. I haven't had it open yet, because I haven't had it connected to the path. But now that we do, guests can start heading this way. We got 347 guests in the park. My goal when we get everything together is maybe to try and have, you know, an average of over 1,000 guests in the park at a time. It's going to be a small park. And I think 1,000 would be pretty appropriate for that, for what we want to accomplish. Pretty cool. I'm excited. I hope you guys are as well. That's also really cool. I might just have to hit Mars Designs up. They got some stuff going on. Look at that thing. I like the white background too, making it look like a concept and everything. Looks very professional, really cool. I like it a lot. Custom supports look fantastic, by the way. Comair looks pretty cool. Compact Air is a spectacle type layout for Mars air launch coaster being developed in the late 2000s. Below are the stats. That's pretty cool. I like it. Is it bad that I kind of want to add one to the park? I mean, it's not bad. You would definitely approve. It looks like something that a smaller park maybe would want if they want something that's high thrill launch and like you know, I feel like if they're on the budget, it looks like a really good budget type of ride. So I might have to hit Mars Designs up again, coming up with some good stuff. Alright. Alright, so we're getting rid of the ride manufacturer. That means Mars will be the only one on the market. Okay, so we got Coaster Crazy as the park channel. Okay. So we got a new park one called Coaster Crazy. Let me edit it real quick for them. For ya. Let's see. I always try to make it to where no one can type in it except for you. That one, your permissions is can send messages. Everyone else cannot. Where is it? Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. It's not going very well. Send messages. There it is. Alright. Send messages on that one, and then send messages here, and save. There we go. Awesome. Compact thrill coasters. Do you have it on the workshop? I'm just curious. I'm very curious if you have it on the workshop. Because if you do, I kind of want to take a closer look at it. Alright, and then you did say you want to close the manufacturer. Okay, so we're going to get rid of the manufacturer. That channel gets deleted. So Mars Design's the only one right now. I kind of want to look at the YouTube video of Mars Designs here. I don't know if this music's copyrighted. Sorry. If it isn't, that's fine, but I just can't take risks. Yeah, if you have on the workshop, I might try to see about putting it in this park potentially as my main thrill ride. Like, I'm actually considering it heavily right now. For two reasons. One, I do want to maybe get a second coaster in the park, but I just haven't figured out what I want. And two, I don't want to say I'm lazy, but I'm a little bit lazy and don't want to build or design an entire ride on my own. And I feel like this being a very like small scale thrill coaster would fit perfectly in a park that's trying to get its beginning or started, so be pretty cool. Oh, there's an indoor specific version. That's cool. So you can do like an indoor one that is cool, because I feel like the inspiration here, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the inspiration is like Flight of Fear, the spaghetti bowls from Premier Rides. I feel like that's your inspiration for that kind of ride. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Yeah, I think I might actually go ahead and buy one from you. What's your price? Just curious. We haven't really done much economy in in there yet, but like I already bought a small park, so technically I already bought the park. And I'll send some money your way if you'd like me to in the server. I'm gonna first see how well it fits in here. Alright, let me see if you do have a share code. You don't have a share code in that yet. Oh, you did send it to someone, so I'm going to use it. I found the code for it. It looks really good. And then I'll build the station for it and everything. I really like it. Spaghetti Bowls were the main inspiration. Right. Love those rides. I have no idea what to even start with price-wise. I would say something small scale like that, you're probably looking at... Alright, you put the share code in there, so I'll use that. Something like that, I would say you're probably looking around the 5 to 10 million range. I'm not sure, I'm just spitballing. You could charge whatever you want for them because you're the manufacturer, but if you want to target like smaller parks or like something a little more affordable, I would shoot for around the 5 to 10 million points. Alright, I'm gonna go find it on the workshop real quick because I like this thing, it looks cool. We might just work with Mars Designs. And it's an air launch coaster too, which means it's gonna be a pretty punchy launch, right? If I can even connect to the server. Sometimes I have issues connecting to the Steam or the Frontier Workshop. As much as I like having the Frontier Workshop integrated into the game, sometimes it's just not very reliable. There it goes. Alright, let's put in our code. Did I mess up? I think I messed up. Copy. Control V. There we go. There it is. Give me that. So what's, just out of curiosity, what's the difference between your indoor and outdoor versions? So this is the indoor one. I'm gonna go ahead and install both, because maybe I do want to make an indoor one. I'm not sure yet. Here's the outdoor one, I believe. We'll go ahead and install both. I'm just curious of what the differences are, because I think the layout's the same, but I don't know what the difference you made on it. Talking about real money. No, we're not paying real money for these. We're doing our make-believe money in the server. Alright, we got those installed. I'm looking to put it somewhere over here. Maybe over by the parking lot. It'll be pretty prominent. Let me finish up this queue line, though, and then we'll work on that. Indoors transfer track is on the inside of the circuit. There's some extra catwalks and such. Okay, that's pretty cool. I love that you made an accommodation for that, kind of. Making it a little bit easier if I wanted to make an indoor spot one. I hope it sells well for me. Maybe some other parks will have interest. I have interest in it. Because right now you're currently the only custom manufacturer at the moment. I think the concept of having manufacturers is really fun. So. Just a cool concept. That we could have, you know, fake manufacturers be in there. And make them feel real. I want to give you some business, though. Just saying. Joker's Jinx costed exactly 10 million. Yeah, and again, like, today's monies would be a little bit different, but I feel like yours would be maybe a little bit cheaper. It seems like to be a slightly smaller scale than the Premier Ride ones, like height-wise and such like that. So I would say 10 million would be a decent price for one of those. Realistically speaking, if I was, as your financial advisor, that's what I would charge for it. If I was the one to create it. So, if you're cool with it, if I end up going with the deal, I'm going to check it out first and see how well it fits with the park. But if we make a deal on it, if you're cool with 10 million, I'll buy one for 10 million. If you think that price is fair. Let's make a negotiation here. It's not real life, no. We're talking end game. I haven't finalized it. I haven't made a decision fully yet, but I'm leaning towards buying one for this park. Because getting a launch coaster in here right away would be pretty nice, and really it would be that nice thrill ride. Like, and it would probably be my main attraction to open the park with, too. You're not entirely paying attention. I mean... Like, no, I don't have millions of dollars in real life. Like, I wish I did. I totally wish I had that much money in real life. Alright, we'll fix that gap there here in a little bit. We're just gonna have to extend that. Alright, we almost got this queue line done. We're gonna put some, like, nice little covers on this queue as well. Also, some. Alright, we'll extend that to there, and then we'll put some vertical beams in between. Fill that in. These are pretty long, so the only way we're really going to make this work is maybe scale it down. No one will even notice. And we'll just put one in between there. That fills that in. And we should be good. We should be good on that. Let's go ahead and delete those. Don't need those anymore. And we've got a queue line. A functional queue line. So let's go ahead and get the big wheel open. What should we call it? The Heartland. Let's call it the Heartland. Heartland wheel, I guess. Didn't save it. Gosh dang it. Heartland wheel. There we go. Perfect, and we'll get that open. It's gonna be free because we pay per ticket, not per ride. So now that that ride's open, we're going to decorate it up more. We're going to put some covers over the queue. We're going to get some nice foliage and such going on in here. We're going to close all that up. We'll make it look really good, but first I want to check out our awesome coaster that we're going to take a look at here. Created by none other than Mars Designs. An up-and-coming ride manufacturer. What time when did you guys actually start? You're still fairly new, like 90s maybe? Okay, never mind. You've been up... That's right, you've worked with Arrow. So you gave yourself a really cool, like, storyline and everything that you've worked side by side with Arrow. And everything. That's pretty cool. Joined with SNS at some point. Developing their air launch coaster, so it's a little bit inspired, coming off of SNS a little bit, so it comes from SNS. Alright, here's the outdoor version. Oh wait, I clicked, oh wait, what the heck? That's not what I clicked on. Alright, indoor, outdoor. There it is. It's nice, compact, doesn't take up a ton of space. Now, I do want to have room for parking lot expansion as well, so we'll keep eye on there. I mean, I can always expand that way too, and more this way, but I'm just gotta keep that in mind. We can also make it go more this direction, also. Trying to figure out where it would fit the greatest. I might actually just put it off to the side, kind of like over here, and then it'll have its own little plaza area. Heartland Home Furnishings wheel. Sweet, and then we'll place this further onto the ground, lining up with the ground. It's beautiful. Very well done, I must say. I gotta experience it for myself, but we might make a deal here. Love how you use like the Vekoma style trains here. Can it operate with more than one train? Can it operate with two? I'm asking capacity questions here. Alright, is this exactly where we want to put it? Place it in. Alright, entrance be over here. We have to be careful where we place that. It's gonna be kind of close to the track, but it should be alright. I do kind of want to have a priority pass as well. Put in an exit. We'll worry about that later. But first, look at the rain build up on that. How's the forecast looking? Are we still raining a lot? We have 416 guests now. A lot of people going to the Heartland Wheel, which we're gonna continue to work on a lot. I might do different colors here though too. Mauer track only allows for one train, but I suppose in real life it could run two trains. So it could only run one functionally in here, which is a little bit meh, but that's okay. We are a smaller park, so there's no block zones. I might, being since I do have the We might actually be able to place in a block zone, I'm not sure. Or block section. Since I have, with the no tracks limits, we might be able to. I might be able to, but let's see here. It's possible if you have the, I don't know if you have the mod or not, but I might be able to add in a block zone. For instance, if I go in here and edit it, could I change this front piece to a block zone? I could. I would just have an invisible track piece. Is the only main issue there. But will the ride allow me to do blocks? Since being the type, I don't even know if there's an option to change it to block zone. Or like change the type. Yeah, it might not even allow me to change it to block section as the operation mode. It doesn't look like it does have that option. So even if I put those block zones on there, I don't think it's gonna let me do it. So I would unfortunately not be able to run with 2 trains, but let's take a ride. I'm curious. Our first ride's gonna be in the rain. And we're gonna experience this for ourselves. That's a pretty punchy launch. Now, might only be 1 train, however, it is a pretty short layout, so like I feel like capacity won't be as bad as I would think. Why did it roll through the station? Does it go through twice? What the heck? It just rolled through the station. Why did it do that? Did it glitch out? It didn't even stop in the station. Cheese it, you gotta... It does 2 laps. Oh. The new NTL mod. Here's a new mod. Hold on. Let me go check or look real quick. What mod is it? I always get behind on my mods sometimes of what gets released. No track limits update. Was there an update for it? Hold on. I don't know what version, if I've kept mine updated or not, but let me look. Where is it? No tracks, no track limits. Where are you at? Am I blind? Where's it at? Looking on the... It fixes the malware, does it? I must not have the newest version then. I should definitely update that. Where the heck is it? Why isn't it? Am I looking in the wrong place? Testing announcements? Should be there. Let me, I guess I need to scroll up a little bit. Where's the newest one? Is it past the Alpine and Malware Coaster? Sky Studio. Surprised it's not under the mods section. Tracer time. Not seeing it. I'm very, either blind or something. Oh, there's a new Forge Utilis mod. Hopefully, maybe that one will actually work with Sky Studio. The last time I used it, I couldn't get any of the CTRs to work, and it also breaks Sky Studio as well, which is not cool. There's a link. I know it's on Nexus Mods. You need the 4G. Oh, I know. I actually had I had it, and the CTRs weren't working with it. So the last version I had, it broke the CTRs because I updated it with the new version. I know you need that for the CTRs, but like I downloaded the newer version, but it looks like there's a newer version, so I might try it. But I downloaded the new version, and then the CTRs immediately started breaking the game and crashed the game anytime I tried to use them, and then it also broke Sky Studio to where I couldn't open Sky Studio either, so... I think the Nexus... I was going to say, the Nexus usually stays updated. Coaster 2, we'll look at the last update. Nexus Mods, because I know it's on Nexus Mods. And I'd imagine they keep it updated. No track limits. Files, and this one was updated May 1st. So it's not new, it's about a month old. This one, the one on Nexus Mods, is a month old. I don't know if that's correct or not. Yeah, so it sounds like I have some mods to update. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna try and update our mods here and see what we can get going. I'm gonna delete that for now. We'll go ahead and save, and then we're gonna try and update the mods. Just a warning though that the block break on the malware is invisible track type. That's fine, we can fix that. I figured it was invisible, but like, I know it's invisible. We just showed that off, but I need it to work, is the thing. So the May 1st update on track limits is the most up-to-date one. Am I correct on saying that? I haven't updated it since then, I don't think, so I'm gonna assume that's the newest one. So I'm going to go ahead and download it, and the only thing is I hope I keep all of the assets that I had. I'll keep the old one backed up. Oh, am I not logged in? Why am I not logged in? Only thing I'm scared of is I had like a lot of configuration settings for all the no track limit stuff, and I had to copy it from someone because I couldn't figure it out on my own. Did it download? Did I just miss it? Did I download the file? Downloads. It did not download it. Or is it because I clicked it when I was not logged in? I think that's what it was. Alright, we're gonna close Planet Coaster 2. I'll just put the Be Right Back screen up for now while we get this figured out. Download is starting. There it is. Let me go ahead and put this into the right folder. I have a mods folder for Planet Coaster 2. And we're going to put it in here. Paste. All right, and then we're gonna put the old one. Basically, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the old one and keep it just in case something doesn't work right, and I need to put it back in. Don't just replace it. We're gonna too much scaling, no track limits. Cut it and go back to Planet Coaster 2 mods. Paste. So that is in there just in case I need it. I'm going to keep a file explorer up, and then we might test since there's no Forge Utilis, whatever it's called. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Since there's a new one of that, we might try that and see if we can get our CTRs to work. Oh yeah, usually mods are simple as just dragging some files into a specific location and that's it. It's so simple, which is great. Planet Coaster 2. Keep this up so I can just do that. All right, no track limits. We'll put you in there. Perfect. So we got the new no track limits in. We'll see how that goes. I got the old one in here just in case I need it. And now we're going to get the new Forge Utilis update to see if it will work. There's a new one. And hopefully this one will work. With our CTRs, we'll see if it, because the last one messed up, unfortunately messed up. Yeah, we'll go ahead and replace that because the old one doesn't work. The last one messed it up, so. Sky Studio, so. And I don't want Sky Studio to not work. All right, we're gonna test it with the CTRs now. All right, Alpine. Yeah, I want the Alpine. That's the one I actually really want to have is the Alpine coaster. So we'll put that in there. I think that's the only CTR that I have. I don't have the Mauer Spike. I just have no really reason to really want that one. So, all right, we got our new mods installed and updated. Let's see what happens. Either the game will crash. The first thing is to see if the game will even open. Sometimes it will crash on us, so that's what we don't want. And we'll go from there. Need a Clunky Mod Manager, and we found out how to, oh man, like it's really nice having open RCT 2 for mods and such. If you're going with the classics. All right, let's try this out. And in-game Planko, let's see if it will even run. Alright, looks like it's loading up. Game capture's not showing anything. There it goes. Alright, so we got in the game, so that's step one. It didn't crash opening the game. And now let's load a park. Our park back up and test it out. See if it'll work. Thanks for your patience, by the way, guys. I just really want this to work, so. Okay, so did we try the CTR first or the limits? Let's try no track limits first. Let me make sure everything's working the way I want it. I'll just throw in an extreme spinner and make sure all the pieces I want are in here, which looks like they are. Yes, everything's in here. Looks like all the extra pieces are still in here, which is good. That's exactly what we want. As long as all of our pieces are available to us on everything. Let's try a tracked ride and see if those also still have the pieces. So, main one for me is this dude. And it does have everything, it looks like. Perfect. Awesome. Alright, so that checks that off the list. Alright, let's go ahead and put our Mars Ride coaster back in. Go from there. And see if we can edit it to get it to work. Angle it a little bit here. Now I didn't mean to do that. That's okay. I need to lower it down. It's okay, we can still do that. Right at the ground level. There we go. Oh, what else? Sky Studio. Nope, Sky Studio is still broke. I can't use Sky Studio anymore. Which is kind of a deal breaker for me. I need to use Sky Studio. And you can see Sky Studio is not working. Unless there's a new version of Sky Studio. Let me look real quick. See if Sky Studio got an update. I do not see any new updates except for like a patch update that Distance made that doesn't allow you to save like presets and such. And it was kind of wonky. It was not good, so I don't know why the new Forge breaks this. Frontier Shenanigans. I know, but it doesn't work. It works if I don't have the Forge Utilis installed. If I get rid of CTRs, it works. It only doesn't work with Forge Utilis, which is weird that it would even break that. Which is kind of interesting. But let's see if this works with the no track limits, and see if that at least has working mechanisms now. If I even have... I don't even have block zones available. So yeah, that's a problem. I don't even have block pieces here like I did before. So I'm gonna have to go to... I would have to go to the config and change that. So I can't even add the block pieces onto here. That's unfortunate. So I would have to go into the configuration settings and add the block piece. If that makes sense. So I think I can do it, I just have to go into the configuration and make sure that piece is available. Which I don't even know the name of it, so like you would have to go into configuration settings and add that piece. I wish it was just automatically in there, So dumb people like me that don't really know how to configure mods and such, wouldn't have to worry about that. All right, another big test. All right. Thanks, Shiza, for being here. Hope you had fun. But yeah, the last big test here is, do the CTRs work? So we got the Alpine Coaster here, and it usually crashes the game when I open it. So let's see if at least the new Forge Utilis works without crashing the game. And it crashed. So it's still not working. Unless I'm installing something incorrectly, it's still not working. One of the two. It just crashed the game, so... Huh. I'm not sure how to fix that. I've not been able... Ever since the last update, I've not been able to fix it, so... So I'm gonna have to get rid of Forge Utilis again and the CTR, because they do not want to work. Unless, again, I'm just installing it incorrectly. So even the new version didn't work. Let's see what the readme... Let me open the readme file, actually, and see if that will get us some insight here. Powered, main features... Unless I have to put it in a different place, which I don't think so. Old in release... Yeah, I haven't gotten it to work once. Unless there's another mod that I need for it to work, which... It's called Forge Utilis, I think that's the name of it. I don't even know. It's okay. I don't use CTRs hardly at all anyways, so... We're just going to delete that and delete the Alpine Coaster. And then I don't know if I want to keep the old or the new track limits or not. Let me go to the config, no track limits, and see if we can add... Sometimes people put their own stuff in here. Like, people will actually post their configurations in here, which help a lot. I would need the list of pieces to add the block break, which I don't really know what it's called. So, anyways, used to be a different version. And Alpine Coaster, not sure that's still the case though. Used to be a different one, a different version. So would you have to have two different, like, both versions installed? Does that even work? I'm not too concerned about it yet, because there's not really any CTRs that, like, I have to have, you know? The Alpine Coaster is the only one that I really kind of want. And it's not the biggest deal if I don't have it, but, you know. And it gets a little thing. And then the Hot Racer is kind of a cool one, but again, I don't need to have it. And then the Mauer Spike, I wouldn't put that in one of my parks, really, so I don't really have a need for that. So, mods, research, feed. But trying to find... I'll probably either put the... I wonder, hold on. What if I put the old no track limits configurations? Whoops. I have too much stuff up. Because it saves everything. Let's save that. Too much scaling. All right, these are the two different ones. And it looks different. They did make it different. The new one looks a lot better. I like the way it looks a lot better. A lot of numbers, but I need to add the new one. Let's see if I can find it. I had a lot more pieces in my old one, so. It just had like everything. So I don't know if I just want to put the old one back in, because there was I didn't really have any problems with it. All right, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna put that back in there, and I'm gonna deal with that later because we're not gonna use it right now. So, all right, we should be good. Should be back to normal. I remember I had the Alpine Coaster working at some point. I think I just need to use the older version that it worked with. Potentially. Can't remember if it kills Sky Studio or not, though. It's just kind of like, would I rather have Sky Studio or an Alpine Coaster, you know? That's kind of the dilemma I'm at right now. Alright, back... And hopefully the game will come back up. Come on. Sometimes it takes so long for the game capture to pop back up. Stays blank for a while. The load screen is frozen. I hope I didn't break anything. The game just crashed while trying to load the park. I hope I didn't just break everything. That would suck. There's nothing saved in there that I used before. There shouldn't be. That's weird. Just load it up, bruh. Did it freeze again? Is it gonna freeze again, or is it gonna work? If it's gonna work, I'm gonna be so confused of what even happened last time. I don't know. Oh, it worked, so I don't know. Alright, in Sky Studio, it looks like it is working again. Sweet. Okay. Back to normal. Take a look at the weather. It's still going to be snowing and raining for the foreseeable future. Constantly. I think that's just this biome. Maybe, I don't know. Can you still save presets? Yeah. I still have my presets in here. Here's my heavy rain one. I still have the original. Again, since I don't have the CTR mods, it still works and everything, so... Yeah, I'm not sure. Nice to see what's up. Not too much. Welcome to the stream. Yours isn't working for some reason. If you have like the patch one, there's no presets. Distance posted a patch that works with the current Forge mod, but it doesn't have a lot of features with it. It's just a kind of like a temporary poopy patch. So, I don't know. Like I said, it doesn't work with if you have like the CTR stuff. What are we planning on doing today? Well, we've been working on the Planet Universe Park, so partnering with Mars Designs here on a coaster. Air launch coaster model. Bum 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 ba-da-bum. Bum. You have problems with mod support. So I tried to do some updates on the mods, and it didn't work. So, basically, trying to get CTRs to work has not been successful, so I've kind of just scrapped the idea of it at the moment. We got our trains. Do I need the newest version? That's what I was testing, was the newest version, because the last version didn't work either, so... it's okay, the only thing I would really want is the Alpine coaster, which is fine, so it's not a big deal. As of now. Yeah, it's too bad we can't run 2 trains on this, but that's alright. I was thinking about maybe going with like a Phantom theme of some sort. Not like fully fledged theming, but like... Hope was they fix the problems, yeah. That was the hope, because it breaks Sky Studio, and I need Sky Studio. Like, it's just, to me, Sky Studio is really that mod that really is kind of game-changing when it comes to visuals, so... pretty good layout though. I like it. I like it's short, but that's okay, especially with one train. What does Sky Studio do? So you see how the game looks right now? I'm using it right now. That is what with Sky Studio. It's under MISC. Reset. If I turn everything off, this is what it looks without. This is in game. The clouds don't make sense. It's just a little bit too vibrant, especially for that. So I have a preset of heavy rain to make it look a little bit more the way it should. Yeah, you can change the fog, the cloud cover, and all that stuff, and the color of the sun and stuff like that, so you can visually make the game look a little bit more realistic, which is nice, so... Yeah, the main issue with this is that I used the Mauer coaster, so it's kind of like... the way it's set up doesn't work very well. It doesn't give us the options we need very much. I still don't know if I'm going to add this. I'm just like... I love the ride itself, but we need to have the options available to us. I don't want it going around twice every cycle, because that's what it's doing right now. It goes around twice. Does 2 laps. So it's kind of like cosmetics. It's basically like visuals, yeah. Make the game look different. I also have a snow preset for when it snows to make it look a little bit better. Also, so... Tiny Coaster 1, you could change it? I don't think so. I think the problem is because it's this coaster type. So, the reason why it goes around twice is because, like, it, flies through the station, when it goes through, and then it rolls back into the station. So it's kind of weird how it works, but that's how it works functionality-wise, so I don't think there's an option to just make it not go through the station, because it's just kind of how it is because of the kind of coaster it is, so... The new Log Flume Carowinds looks insane. It does look really cool. Makes me wonder if there's like a different coaster type that would give us that track. Only other option would be like to trace the track over each other. Could you change it in Plinko 1? I never used that coaster, like, ever, so... Closest one would probably be this one, but I think that's the only one with that coaster track. Like this track is a different kind of variant. It's similar, but the track is still kind of different. not exactly the same. Yeah, see, it's triangular. And definitely different. It sucks because I really like this coaster. And the design of it, so maybe Cheez-It can make a variant of it that maybe kind of fixes that a little bit. So are these actually LSMs? Yeah, it is counting it as LSMs. I thought they were the air launch, but no, it is LSMs. Huh. Kind of looks like it could pass for an air launch, though. Well, I was gonna make this kind of like a ghost kind of theme, if you want to even call it much of theming. Has anyone even used the restaurant? No one has come into the restaurant yet, which is making me wonder why. Is something not connected here? No, they're connected. Just no one has come over here for some reason. I don't know why no one has come to the restaurant over here yet. So, I don't know yet. Trust me, I do want to use it, but I just have not made that decision yet. Before we go too far, let's change the colors of these. Well, yes, I know my game's on pause, but like it's been on paused for a long time now. For multiple times, and not a single person has used these yet. I know it's paused right now, but like the guests have been coming in and riding stuff, and it's been unpaused for a very substantial amount of time since opening the park. So like, just no one has made their way over here yet. And I'm not sure why. I have those connected. It has items. Just no one has come in there yet. They've gone to the arcade. The arcade's popping. But no one's made their way over there yet. Oh, are you guys gonna prove me wrong now, or are you just walking around over here? Yeah, they're just walking over here, heading up. They're going to the Ferris wheel. Bucket list coaster that you think would be your number one? That I think would be number one. I'm not sure on that. I'm not sure if anything, I would expect anything to top out my number one. I mean, maybe Falcon's Flight, but like, I don't know. I'm never gonna get to ride that, ever, so. Feels like 103 degrees outside. I believe it. Actually put those to the outside. Actual temp's 93. Ugh. It's hot. I haven't really stepped outside. I took the trash out earlier, but that was it. Trying to think what I'm gonna do after this. We have currently 3 rides, an arcade, a restaurant that no one goes to. Maybe it's because I have nothing over here, but usually they'll still go over here even if there's nothing, even if it's just a few people. Yep, they're going to the Ferris wheel as well. So I don't know, man. I'm just confused of why. I mean, the only thing I could think of is it hasn't been long enough for guests' hunger meter to go up, or I have the settings to where they don't get hungry. Let's take a look at their meters here. Yeah, see, no one's hunger meter is down. In other words, no one's hungry. I think it's set to creative to where people aren't getting hungry. And that could have been me when I set it up. That people aren't getting hungry, so. Because everyone I've clicked on is at 100% for hunger, so they don't need to eat. They don't need to go to the bathroom, all that kind of stuff. Which would also explain why there's no litter in the park, because no one has anything to litter with, so. I mean, it's fine for while I'm building, but I'm just kind of like, man, why is no one using that? Because I got management features currently turned off, that's why, I think. Basically, I'm in creative right now. Am I able to change that from here? Sandbox settings, I am, okay. Capacity, we're gonna do 12,000. Thought I had that up, but I might change these later on once we have the park built, but for now, we're just gonna leave it there. This broke down. Got smoke coming from it. I don't know what it did. This thing is mesmerizing me a little bit, because I'm trying to figure out how it stops in certain spots. It didn't stop there, but it stopped there. Now it's moving that way. It's gotta have some sort of thing attached to it. That's my guess. I'm not doing any new parks. To be fair. A park like this for Planet Universe might eventually end up that big. But I'm already working on technically three projects right now, this being one of them, and this is kind of like on the back end smaller, because I'm just gonna get it open, but I'm gonna add on to it as time goes along, obviously, so over the years. You'll get new additions and such like that, stuff like that, so, and expand. Right now we're just trying to get a park big enough to open, even if it's small. It's a small park. It's gonna be a small park, so, to start off with. SDC is the biggest, probably Windland Adventure Resort, and SDC are kind of on the same level, kind of, for the most part. I would say. I'd say they're about on the same level. Alright, we're going to close up this path, though. Again, leaving even more room for expansion later on. Become a family multi-launch to this park, maybe a third or fourth coaster. Dude, I love those rides, so you never know. We'll see. We'll see where it ends up. I would definitely love to do that because I love building those coasters too, like the Vekoma family multi-launch. They're very popular right now too. Imagine working in it and the costumes I have to wear in this heat. I do like to put quite a bit of foliage around my rides and such. How do you live? I just try. That's how. Yeah, we're keeping this open because we're gonna have one more little bit over here off to this side, so you kind of have a loop around the main street, and then you're gonna have two little sections that kind of branch off, and then everything else is gonna be expansion. So that's why I was thinking about doing one more big attraction on this side, so you have a big attraction over here, a larger attraction over here, with maybe another flat ride or so, and then we'll be pretty much ready to open. That's why I was looking at another coaster potentially. That's why I was trying to maybe work with Mars Designs, because I like their concept that they come up with. They have another concept. I don't know if he's posted that one yet. I'm not seeing a share code for that one just yet. Yeah, nice park. Thank you. We're working on it. It's going to be a small park that grows over time. So... only thing I could think of is go to the workshop, maybe find it again. No, track limits update fixes both the train thing and the lapping thing. Okay, so the new no track limits. Let me see real quick before I go too far if we can find the names. I need to find the names of everything. There's a list that has all the names for like the for when you do the or add like the track pieces to it in the configuration. Yeah, you have to mess with the configuration. I wish it was just there, you know, and I need to find a list, or maybe someone has their own that they posted. But I can't find any. Let's see, mods, mod testing. So that's just mods itself. Testing and announcements, mod resources. Ride car documentation. Prefabs. What's that? Like there's so many like mod things going on. Mods 3D scan? What is that? Scenery only mod for Planet Coaster 2. So you could like scan 3D models into that's interesting. Huh. No track limits mod got an update. Yeah, that's we tried it. I just need to update the configuration settings so I can have everything that I had before. And I'm trying to find, because it's kind of laid out a little bit differently. Because I want to add everything that I had in the previous version in the new version. So I'm trying to figure out where the heck I can find. Oh gosh. Would it be under mod resources, I feel like? Where that would be. Trying to think what channel it would be on. No. PC. Mod asset development. Where's like the normal chat? Basically, I need to find the list of... I'm trying to find the list names of all the configuration files so I can add these to... There's a list somewhere, but I don't remember where it's at. You know what I'm saying? You go to the configuration, you have to add the names of the pieces that you want added to all of the coasters, and there's a list of the name that has a name of have the names of all of them, so you can type it in and everything. But I can't remember where it's posted at. I don't know if any of you guys know. That'd be very nice. But I feel like it'd be buried deep beyond somewhere. I might be able to Google it and see if anything pops up, because I think it was a link that had everything. Planet Coaster 2. No track limits. Mod config. See if I can find here. Link to the Discord. Not that. Darn. Default block section. Okay. Did you happen to find the list somewhere? I would definitely like that list, if you know what I mean. If you're able to find that list. And where it's at. I need to save it, so I always have it. But I could at least maybe add the block zone with the new one. Alright, let's go ahead and save, and let's get the new one. You did not? Okay, well, at least we maybe be able to add that to it at the very minimum. So let's go ahead and close the game out, and I'm going to try this. So let's go and reinstall the new mod. Here's the old one. And I need to go to Planco 2 mods, and there's the new one. Here's the old one. Put the old one over here. I always keep the old one around, just in case. Configuration. See, I have the old ones here, and it has all of the text in here, so maybe I can... But in this one, it's like actually laid out a little differently, so I don't know if it would work if I just copied and pasted. I don't think it would work that well that way. See, these are named differently too, aren't they? They have like track numbers, so I'm not entirely sure. Default, no, I guess it would work. Let's add it in using what you gave me. So it would be default block section. So let me type that in. Put it in here. I gotta type it exactly correct or it won't work. Default. Block section. Pretty straightforward on the name, right? Make sure I type that right. Alright, I typed it in. And we need to save. So hopefully that adds it. We'll just see. Right? Relaunch the game and see if it gets added. Testing announcements. You're not spamming the chat, I'm asking questions. Is it under announcements? That would make sense, I guess. It would just be pretty high up. Because it would have been from a while back. Alright, game's not crashing. Can't find anything in the ride settings about block section. And it's not invisible. However, I can't find anything in the ride settings about block section mode. Isn't that part of the update that it's in there though? Or what everyone was saying? So that's kind of confusing. I thought, well, that's what everyone was saying, so I don't know. Still can't find that list. But I think it's really high up here. Far up here. Of course, I'm just skimming. I could have missed it. Here's some track limit stuff, so maybe it would be in there. The game didn't crash, that's a good sign. Some configuration such stuff. I think it's everyone's configurations. So I think I'm close to finding that list. Maybe. A lot of track limits when I was first coming out and such. I'm at the very beginning, so I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I'm not an expert when it comes to that sort of thing. We go to the Mauer. Let me see if I have any luck on mine. There's no options to do the block zone. Let's see if we have the part, though, the block section. I don't even have the other ones on here, like the switch tracks and such. Everything's gone. Uh-oh. Did I mess up the configuration? Yep, I don't even have anything. Nothing has anything. I definitely messed that up. Hey, remember to check your collection. Perfect. Oh, I didn't even switch screens, did I? You didn't miss much, sorry. I didn't even switch my screens. I'm surprised no one said anything. Anyways, again, you didn't miss anything. It just, my mod is now not correct. That's the difference here. So adding that got rid of everything. I don't know how. Maybe I have to put it in a specific place? Default Ellison holding station. Default booster default. Maybe it has to be on a certain line properly. I don't know. Alright, let's open it up. It's not there. Please shout out. Ah! There you go. Setting to true turns on Frontier's look ahead camera. Let's see. Oh gosh. I hate messing with configuration settings because I know I've never been able to do it myself. Alright, so default LSM holding station. Yeah, it's not in there. It didn't add it. Even though I'm so confused. I don't even know. Oh wait, that's the one that I didn't edit. Oops. That makes sense. This is the edited one. I was looking at the unedited one. Here we go. So yeah, I added it in. Unless maybe I just... because putting it in there completely broke everything. I didn't put a comma. That's probably it. I think that's what it was. So not putting a comma messed up the whole thing. That's what I'm saying. You have to be precise on everything here. Okay, so hopefully that fixes that. Let me look at the rest of the config, because I know you said that it maybe you have to change something. Chain lift speeds. So like I can change the speed of chain lifts. I can change the max speeds. I actually kind of want to test that out a little bit. Right now it's at 10. I feel like we can have faster chain lift speeds, right? Brakes, default value, deacceleration. Yeah, so you can change a lot of configuration stuff in here for all the pieces, which is pretty cool. Banking range. Minimum and maximum length of the track in meters. That's fine. Don't need to change that. Seeing if I can find anything adds every train to every ride. That's already on there, so that's true. What's not false? Turns Frontier's look ahead camera when on ride. Disable if you prefer Planet Coaster 1 style camera. That's on false. What prints for boost information for debugging purposes works best with. Okay, that's on false. I'm looking at see what's on false. Anything in here relates to internal value change, removes sections, requires set to custom. Almost realistic mode is used. Yeah, like I said, this is like, there's a lot of stuff in here that I don't know how to use. All right, let's see if putting that comma in there fixes it, though. I think that was my issue. Just added years onto the Mahomes extension. Did they really? Awesome. So now his contract is over $500 million. Wow. Are we gonna start a franchise in 27? Alright, let's see if it worked. This time. And hopefully that fixes it. Sorry, this has been a very experimental... me experimenting with mods. Sometimes they take a hot minute to figure out, so... Alright, all my stuff's back. Perfect. And the block section's there. So it worked! Alright, so we got the block section in, and it's not an invisible piece either. So that's cool. Alright, if we go to the customizable settings, though, there is no option... to turn on block zones on here, though. Like it was said. But all the pieces returned though, so that's a good thing. We got all these pieces back in. Thank goodness. Who's your team gonna be? What teams were you using? Okay, and make sure that Sky Studio still works. Hopefully this doesn't break any of my previous saves. If it does, that's why I have the old version still available. If it does break anything. Want to make sure I can still use that, so. Only thing is, I think it does add new blocks sections for other stuff already that we have, which is not a big deal. I think that's why I had 2 of everything last time. Alright, let's try the blueprint and see what happens now. Obviously, I don't think we're going to be able to do block still, but we're gonna see what happens here. No option to change anything in Division franchise because we haven't done that in quite a few mens, and then with new additions, I think that would make it even better. Well, yeah, because then we'd play each other twice a season. Should be nice. Yeah, I might just have to go in, mess with configuration settings and see if maybe I could find something. I think that's going to be our only way. Root beer float or something. Root beer float does sound pretty good. Ba-da-da-dum. Ba-da-da-dum. I love the little attention to detail here, though, with like all these little pipes and such, making it look like it would be air compressed launch. Very, very nifty details here. I think we're gonna roll with this coaster being in here. See, .NET modded figured out how to animate track pieces. He made the new next-gen Vekoma tilt track and transfer track for any track type. You make that piece, I'm sure. So basically he could put in new track pieces, is what I'm getting there. That would be cool if you could make, like, powder kegs transfer. That would be awesome. Not gonna lie. That would be a very specific transfer track to make, though, because of how angled it is. It isn't just a side-to-side, but it would have to be an angled one. That's insane. That'd be a huge game changer to create more new animated track pieces. That's awesome. Have they posted in the Coaster Sim Society about that at all? Just out of curiosity. I'm always, like, far behind on this stuff, so... Mods are getting crazy. Posting it on his own YouTube. Great, so hopefully it's something that maybe comes out public at some point and adds some really cool options. The game is frozen. What is happening? Oh, the game crashed. Oh, great. Again. I've never experienced this many crashes before. I'm assuming it's because of the mods, obviously, but... I don't know if I want to continue with this updated one, or if I should go back to the old one, because the old one worked great, and it had a crazy ton of pieces, so I'm always hesitant downloading the next version, or the updated one. I don't know, should I go back to the old one just because it's reliable for me? And it has all the pieces I want. I might do that because I feel like it's gonna break like Winland Adventure Resort if I don't. By the way, I always get like a crash message every single time I close the game too. It acts like the game crashes. Not that it matters that much, because doesn't matter that much because, like, I'm closing the game, so. I don't know, I think I might put the old one back in. Just for now. Because it's my all reliable for me. Yeah, I think it must be one of the mods that's causing that, I think, when that happens. So that is my assumption. Alright. Sorry for all this, by the way. Like, I know I'm taking so much time just doing this, and that's probably not the most fun content to watch. Mods, switch tracks, unlimited. Fixes the problem as long as you have the config changed, sending you the config you have. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I don't think I have the switch tracks unlimited downloaded right now. What is Switch Tracks Unlimited even add again? Just out of curiosity. I forgot what it actually adds to the game. What are you booing, Fluffy? Switch Tracks Unlimited. I gotta remember what it does. Adding a new nice features to tracked rides currently. Multipass. Oh, like it adds more features to the... You can do multipass. Block section mode enabled on more rides? Okay, so like that's the mod that adds it. So... Yeah, I think we need to get Switch Tracks Unlimited back again. Because I don't think I have it downloaded. So I'll go ahead and get Switch Tracks Unlimited. Back into the game. Oh, you want to play Madden? It has been a while. Isn't that just what people used before the Switch Tracks were actually good? Or actually added? I don't think so. It just adds more options to the Switch Tracks, so you can do a little bit more with them. I think that's what it does. It just adds a little bit more functionality to them. Which unfortunately means I gotta close and install it real quick. Alright, you said I had to change the configuration settings, and you got those sent to me, it looks like. Yes. I'll get this. We got this. Hopefully this is the last time. So I got this. I'm not good at messing with mods a ton, so here's that. Downloads. We're gonna do the Switch Tracks Unlimited. We're gonna cut that to our mods. Not there. Planet 2 mods. I'll put it in here so we have it, and then we'll mosey that all in here so it is installed, and then we just need to go to our configurations. Config manager. Perfect. All right, so I need to set to custom on what? Econfig mode. Is that you? Where's that at? I don't see it anywhere. You're making Themeers Toolkit things before, I'd assume in Blender. If you really wanted to, you could create some custom trans in Blanco too. I don't think I can do that that much. I have no clue when it comes to like mods and coding and all that stuff. I would not be able to do any of that. In config. What am I supposed to put in? I don't see options here. Okay, let me go to the. Do I just copy and paste what these lines in, basically? Should I just copy everything in here? I think. I don't know. Or do I just throw it in there? I'm not entirely sure how it works. Do you know, Cheez-It? Do I just download that and put it into the file? Because the configuration doesn't match any. I don't even know. Config manager. Copy the file into the mods file and replace the old config. But the only thing is it's a different name. It's not even the same name, so. Or is this no track limits? I'm confused. The one you sent me is no track limits. I'm completely confused. That's the no track limits. So do I need See, this is the old one. It looks the same. This looks like the same one that I had beforehand. That's why I'm... Confusion. Because I think this is the one I have in the older one. Maybe. And then... Switch tracks. Is this what adds the option... I'm not sure. Hold on. I'm just gonna start the game up and see what happens right now. And maybe we're in a spot that I want to be in. Yeah, I got the Switch Tracks Unlimited now. I just installed it, so... that should add the options for coasters to have the blocks section zone, or the block zone, or the block option. Block zone option. Should. Let's check. What's up, Steve? How's it going? Alright, so if we go here, Mauer coaster, and go check here, we now have the option for block section. Woo! Alright, sweet. Perfect. Incredible. I'm curious of what we can do with the options we get with the Switch Tracks now, apparently, because Switch Tracks Unlimited adds more options. Oh, you know what it was? The reason why I got rid of Switch Tracks Unlimited is because, like, it made it very confusing to use. And it actually frustrated me a few times. That's why I uninstalled it, because I was having the hardest time, because it like broke. It would like break, and like it wouldn't stop on the Switch Tracks. Like, it just did not work with anything, and I had the biggest trouble with it. That's the main reason why I got rid of him. So maybe, hopefully, it's not a big issue now. I hope not. Alright, let's just put the blueprint in now and see if we can adjust it to run multiple trains now. Alright, we should, in theory, be able to make this work now. Yeah, Fluffy, when are you coming back to Missouri, man? We miss ya. Did I make this? This is actually made by Cheez-It in chat. He's in the chat right now. And we're buying his model. So he's a coaster manufacturer in the Planet Universe server. And I think I'm going to add his model to our park. And to my park. So if I go block section, perfect. We can do that now. Edit coaster. Let's add some block zones. We're going to go ahead and put one here. Alright, it is invisible. It wasn't before, but now it's invisible. It's okay if it's invisible. We can fix that. No big deal if it's invisible. Noobish. I think it looks great. Alright, we need to put multiple here, though. I'm going to put one there and put one right here also. As well. Now, obviously, we have a couple of invisible track pieces, but we can fix that. And we should be able to add a second train, which now we can. Look at that. Alright, before we retrace that track and get that fixed, let's go ahead and just do a test here. Make sure it works properly. Does it make people puke? I'm sure people would puke from riding this. People puke on the Hilo silos. They'll puke on everything. People would puke on anything these days. I love that turn at the end. That just like heavily banked turn. Alright, and this one should dispatch as soon as it clears this, which it does. Perfect. Oh gosh, now it's snowing. I gotta change my preset now. Now it's gonna be hard to see anything. What's, I'm just curious, Cheez-It, what's the operating temperature for this ride? Because we might be disregarding that a little bit here. Sweet, and that kind of flows the way I want it to as well. Anybody want to operate in the rain? Or snow? I don't think you guys dressed appropriately. Just saying. These people didn't dress the most appropriate. I have a few ways that we can get this cleaned up. And the easiest way, honestly, is to edit the coaster. I'm going to delete a section of track. We're going to go to edit mode. And we're going to retrace this with just a... Honestly, I'll probably use... like... friction wheel lift, drive tires. Do we have drive tires I can use? I can use like drive tires or something. And we don't want it to connect there or it will glitch out. We don't want it glitching out, so. We're just gonna slightly overlap it just enough. To where you won't notice, so. There. I want to delete this back piece so it's not connected with the track. Alright, there we go. That one. Because it's separated, which is what we want. And that's connected with that, and then we have this segment here, which should be... This segment right here is all by itself. So that's our block zone there that's covered up. Oh, you got the email? Good. Good. Alright, I'm gonna take that off the track just so I can see what I'm doing here. Alright, let's delete this piece. Go to edit mode. I'm gonna go slightly down a little bit so this won't let me go as short as usual, which is interesting. But the good thing is we do have invisible track as well that I could use, but like then there's a gap right there, so I can't technically do that. It goes straight into a turn, so I gotta keep that in mind. Both versions should be fixed on the workshop. Did you add the retrace already? Or is it just not traced over? Just curious. He wants to snap into that. But we do not want that, so... Alright, now we got that traced over. It's traced in everything. Maybe I should have just done that then. Does it work? Did you chest it? You gotta be careful, because if you do connect it, it could glitch it out, and you gotta be careful with it. So you have to like overlap it to where they're not perfectly lined up, because if they're perfectly lined up on the false track, it will glitch out, and it'll do this like weird, like, train will go backwards. It's, yeah. The cool thing is, even though this is kind of slightly off, which is fine, kind of makes it look like it works for the transfer track. It kind of makes it look like it breaks away for the transfer track, so I think that's fine. Used a second coaster, that works too. I try to make it one piece, but using a second coaster also works. I'm glad we got it to work, though. Alright, do we have anything besides snow in the forecast? Nope, there's still snow. After this hour, it's gonna rain again, and then snow again. It just keeps raining and snowing. Alright, let's see what this looks like for the skyline a bit. It does kind of look cool in the background there. So you'll be able to see it from the parking lot a bit too. Would this be on the workshop? If you're talking about the park, yes, it will be. At some point, once I launch it. Once it's open. And then I'll update it every time. Or each year. I'll have years. So, like, we'll have a 2026 version, a 2027 version, so on and so forth. It'll get updated every year. Alright, as for the block zone, I'm going to make the release speed just a little bit higher up here. So it puts us through that turn a little bit faster. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Nice. So now that it can operate with 2 trains on the track, only having one car or section of track here for the transfer is fine. You would just store one over here, and then the other train will always be on the track, so there'll always be a train on the track. I've seen that be a real-life thing, so that's not completely unrealistic. Would this be obtainable for console? Most likely not. It'll probably crash your game because I use mods. So it's unlikely it would work for console. Can always try, but depending on what I use in it, it might not be crashing yet. I'm not sure. It might not crash it. I don't think I've used it. If I have this coaster, oh yeah, it probably will not launch on console. It probably would not load. Probably crash the game. If I have this coaster. Because this coaster uses mods, so. And I get it. I want everyone, including console, to be able to experience. But, like, the point of me being on PC is that I have access to these things. That's why I have the PC version. I think it's without a doubt, I don't think anyone can deny that it is the superior version of the game because you don't have limits like you're not limited like you are in console. So that's why I play the PC game. So if I was to cater to the console players, what would be the point, you know, of me even using mods and such? I use mods and such because it just adds so much to the game and I want to use them, so... Yes, I want people to be able to experience these things and be able to download it, but... I'm still surprised the game ever even came on console. But no, it would probably break your game if you tried to download this, so 100%. But that's not me trying to be mean to console players or anything. I just have to... I want to be able to play the game my way. So... Hey, we're back to rain again. was quick, actually. Didn't snow for very long. But, like, I also play console myself. Like, I play on PC and console. Not for Planet Coaster. Planet Coaster I strictly just play on PC, but... it's free with PlayStation Plus, so... I mean, that makes sense. Alright, we're gonna create a little foundation here. We'll build the station out to here. And we're gonna do one more piece for out in this direction for the exit side. Ba-dum, ba-da-dum. Dun dun ba da da dun dun dun. Joe, that's me. That's me. I am Joe. A $300 Drake May card. Wow. That's pretty impressive. I need to... I have my old sports cards somewhere. I wonder if any of them are worth anything. I got some old ones myself. Don't know where I completely put them, but they're somewhere. That's pretty cool, though. Alright, let's get all this in here. we got the platform kind of set for this coaster. Alright, we could go here, and I think it's under the money tab. We can enable our priority pass. And also put it in here. For some reason, the invisible entrances don't work on the priority pass. Don't know why, but that's how it is. I might put that over by there. And if we go here to our queue, go here, and then make a stairway that goes up and over the track here. That'll work. Alright, and then we can make our whole rest of our queue line down there. We're gonna do something similar with the priority pass too. Alright, and then that's gonna kind of lead up with the entrance with that. Let's see if we can put this exit path over, if it will let us. Looks like it will. That looks ADA accessible. Somewhat, so. There we go. That kind of establishes, so we can work around that when we build, like, the actual station itself. Go into our roofs here. to our stucco walls. Roof. Where are we at? There. This one, I'm pretty sure. Yep. That's right. Now we can take all of this and copy it. I don't know. You can grade cards if you want, Fluffy. I've kind of leaned away from getting cards graded, honestly. I forgot to copy those too. Thought about it for a while, but I don't know. I thought it was a cool idea to do, but then I'm just like, eh. 'Cause if you don't get a good enough grade, it's kind of like a waste of money, and you could actually potentially lose value on it. And it already takes forever to get graded, so. You also need to make more catwalks that go around here. Because this one technically need one for here. The control box. So. And we might just do slightly different colors here. I think I'm gonna keep the gray supports though, because those would be kind of a little bit of a booger to recolor. Well, I guess it wouldn't be as hard as I thought it would be. Yeah, you could actually recolor them pretty easily. Nice. Say if I did do a different color, I'd probably just make it make the main support structure slightly darker. Like a little bit of a darker gray. That. That's a good coloring finish, and then we have the colors of the train like that. I think it blends pretty well together. Phantom's Flight, why not? Oh, well, I forgot you have to hit enter. Gets rid of the whole thing. There we go. Oh, I guess this is a different track. I see. That's pretty cool. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do like an extension of the building, or the roof, a little bit over the queue lines. So they have some cover right there. But we're gonna focus on all of this first. We do need another piece that goes along the roof here. Rotate it to the other side. Forgot to set a timer for your food cooking? Uh-oh. Don't burn your house down. You're out of ice cream. What were you making? Alright, this will be a nice, complicated structure for that. That looks good. Good enough, anyways. I'll do that on those and also in between. Right. Pieces are slightly going through, but that's okay. Alright, we'll do that, and we're going to use our large beams for our vertical support here. And we'll do every other one. Which lines up perfectly with the path, too. Beautiful. Hey, what's up? What's up, Braxton? Alright, that's good. A good start to the station. Still just snow. I could literally override the weather if I wanted to, but I'm choosing not to. Do I have a good reason to? I don't know. Alright, we do have these custom catwalks that I do kind of want to continue on, so. There's already some flat ones here, so let's actually use these. To there. Alright, we'll use that as our base for our catwalk here. Hey, what's up? It's Spider Piggy. It's been some time, hasn't it? Since you've been in here. Been some time. We'll adjust the railings as needed. Alright, so the opening would be about right there. We're gonna have it to where it's not connected in one spot, because that's where the track would break apart. Yeah, we're going with that. We're going with that much detail. Because again, that's where our track is gonna break for the transfer. We're working on a park for Planet Universe. So this was created, this coaster design is created by none other than Cheez-It. He was in the chat earlier. I think he left, but he's a coaster manufacturer in the server. As Mars Designs, and we are using one of his models in my park. So I'm currently working on queue line and station building and just some other touches to make it fit into the park. So it's going to connect right over here with this part of the park, and we're going to go with that too, because I wanted one more nice thrill attraction for the park before the official opening. So I think we'll also do like a slight building for the transfer here. I do like how he designed this to where like you create the buildings, because the park themselves would create the buildings and structures, and then the manufacturer does the track and everything else, you know, so. But pretty cool. We had to figure out some mods to get this coaster type to work the way we wanted it to, though. Oh, you transferred fire and air. Did you just, like, recreate it yourself? Making it into a park? That's pretty cool, though. I know that was like your big project in Planet Coaster 1, so. Cool to see that you're still active on it. Alright, we're gonna create a little bit of a cover for our queue. Still need to fix the priority pass on the wood coaster. It disappeared on me. BMUs and Pigs have updated it and improved it. This time, that's the highlight coaster in the park, going to be called Adventurewood Park. Nice. Awesome. Well, everyone's always more than welcome to join the Planet Universe Discord if they want to make their quirks feel real and everything like that, so. Always fun stuff. Alright, I think I made this exactly the same length for these, so we can easily just pop these over here. Nice. Obviously, we can't have this one here like this. So we're gonna rotate it this direction and have it go like that. Put a structure on either side of the track here. This is kind of a little bit unique. That we'll have to decorate it up to make it look a lot better, but yeah, that's going to be a little difficult to copy over like that. So what we'll actually do here, I take these and copy them to the inside. That actually doesn't line up. That's interesting. Interesting indeed. How do you join it? I've had links. I don't think I have any on me right now, but yeah, they basically will have links to join, which I have had in the past, but I just haven't. It's not like a super active just yet. We're still getting the server kind of going, so I haven't been super active on getting like invite links out, but here we go. Oh gosh. Cool. Did I ever get a crane yet? Blueprint. I got an Eiffel Tower. Sometimes it's in weird categories. So. Also check here. Check everywhere. Let's see if we can find what we're looking for. I thought I downloaded one, but maybe I didn't. Zoomed out camera angle makes it look super OCT3. Timeout. This isn't... What do you mean timeout? This isn't football. This isn't sports. What do you mean timeout? Why isn't the Frontier Workshop working? Well, that sucks. Why? What the heck? Mine isn't working either. It must be down then. Guess the Frontier Workshop's down. That's a bummer. Bum ba dum ba dum bum. Yeah, hopefully that comes back up though. With the workshop. I sure hope so. Let's see. Sorry, almost ready. I'm doing stuff. Right. Why don't we go and fix... we're gonna have to close the ride to do it, but... I need to add the priority pass to this. And I don't want to close the ride. Everyone's excited to ride. Oh, we already have 800 guests in here. Darn. Yeah, I was gonna trademark something. Yeah, what up with this weather, though? It's gonna start snowing here soon. Again, as well. We're almost to the end of the day, so... It's because we're in the winter, technically. Alright, let's go ahead, close it down, and what we need to do is actually... Priority pass says it's enabled, but... Paths cannot cross. What path am I crossing? Alright, let's see here. Let's adjust our queue. I'm gonna delete that just so it's out of the way. I don't know if that's causing it to do that. There we go. So now we got that placed. I still don't know why it didn't do the thing. Let me do the thing. Oh. I'm gonna have to adjust that. Which I guess is fine, but it's a little bit obnoxious that we have to change all this now. Because I'm still confused of why the priority pass disappeared on me. Because I had it there, but it disappeared. Come on, let me get the bottom one selected. Don't be dumb. There you go. Move these over. Like so. Eh. What are you doing? Hey. Alright, that is adjusted enough. Let's get it back open. With priority pass enabled. Alright, so that's back up and running. Arcade's still going strong in here. It gets pretty busy in here. Oh, they're going through the wall over here? Really? Why would you do that? Why? I'm gonna put a stop to that. No, you don't. Go away. They're still going through, guys. They're rebelling against me. It's not logical for you guys to go through a wall like that. Alright, we'll keep an eye on that. If it works, we'll sink it underground. Sir, what is the sorcery, my man? Reggie, what are you doing, dude? Okay. Bruh. Or we might get to the point where guests will actually buy priority passes, maybe? Yep, they are. Or umbrellas, one of the two. This is gonna be legit, though, when it's all said and done. Whoosh. Phantom Slide's gonna be pretty cool. I'm gonna start on a little building here. Storage building. Storage shed. Well, mirrored twinning light all trains. I never actually really listened to the toy box ones. Oh, it's got audio too, or lyrics. Great. What is this? Action figure overture. City Roundabout. Toy City Roundabout. The Cosmic Balance. The Dark Coaster approaches. Tin Can Band. I'm guessing this is a parody of like the Tank Cantina Band. This is my favorite. Druid. Ripsaw. Let's see. And thank you guys so much for being here today, guys. I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream so far. But let's see where we go. This is not the song I selected. What the heck? Alright, let's try this again. Take two. I thought some onboard audio would seem kind of cool. Oh, it's snowy now. I don't think we can see into tomorrow's forecast, it looks like. I think once this ride opens, we'll definitely be able to push the 1,000 guests in the park for sure. Scenery bonus 100%. let's go ahead and save it up. Save it up. Disconnected. Why? But why? Ding 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 ding. Yeah. Sky's the limit. Best adventure, Windland City. Summit awesome. I should do the scenarios again soon. Just play through them. I can't wait till we get more DLC. I'm excited for this next one. I have a feeling it'll come out on the 25th. I'll get revealed in about a week from tomorrow, so that'll be exciting. I'm sure everyone's ready to get some more content. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we just got some new content in April. But everyone's ready for more already. I think, so. I feel like not a lot of people had ever really talked about the load times in Planet Coaster 2 compared to Planet Coaster 1. What do I think it will be? Hold on, let me... I think it's apparent we're gonna get parades. I think... I'd love to see... on top of parades, like beyond parades, I don't know exactly what else we would get. But I think parades are definitely going to be the... I think it's all but confirmed that we're getting parades. And then what left could be in there is kind of up for grabs, like speculation. So like, I think we could get Midway Games. I think it'll be more entertainment stuff. We got a whole new tab for it, so I feel like there could definitely be more in this tab with more stuff. So I think parades, Midway Games, and I think another sleeper thing that could be cool would be like concerts. Being able to add like shows and such with like stages and seating. I think all this could go in the category of entertainment. And I would love to see a ride or two, at least, also to go along with it, like a new coaster type of something, or some sort, maybe. Maybe another flat ride. You know, I think that would make the... I think best case scenario, we get a ride or two alongside parades and concerts, or shows, / Midway Games. I think that would be the ultimate. I think that'd be too much. I don't think it's gonna be that much. So hopefully we get most of that. I don't think we'll get all of that though. That feels like it would be a pretty big pack at that point. But yeah, hopefully we get some more rides and scenery. I'd imagine we'd get more scenery pieces as well. But we'll see. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg.
Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails
Light that fuse, no time for dread. But we're gonna have a blast on. And you can see wildfire's starting to come along. I think the entrance is starting to turn out. Got all the sounds and such that goes in here. Pretty neat stuff. Still need to get the exit gates as well in here, and then we do need to create the walkway that goes down underneath into like the break room area. That's another thing that would go down there. A lot of cool stuff coming though. A lot of good stuff to look forward to, I'd say. Make this into a whole scenery piece. I should make this a scenery item, or upload it to the workshop. It's a nice height stick. Replacementologist. Alright, I might head out here, guys. I'm gonna be making some dinner here soon. We're gonna be grilling tonight. I'm excited, so. Grilling some burgers tonight. Ought to be pretty good. So, thank you guys so much for being here today. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. And, yeah, so we got a lot of work still to do here and there, for sure. So, appreciate you guys checking me out. Let's see if the workshop's back up yet, real quick. No, workshop's still having issues. But anyways, make sure you guys have a great day. Even cooler tomorrow, guys. Thanks so much for being here, and I'll see you guys next time. Thanks, and goodbye.